Alright, let's see. Let's see. Everything might be wrong. I've gone through a bit of a journey since 2 days ago. Jason Ash, thank you for your sub. I am feeling less sick than I was yesterday, but still sick. But I'm on the mend. I should be better. I think I'll be fine, fully fine in 2 days, but probably, like 70% or so tomorrow. So, I was planning on streaming yesterday, but then I realized I probably only had about an hour to 2 hours of like speech available. When I first woke up, I couldn't speak at all. It took like 15 minutes just to wake up and warm up enough to be able to say a word. Very painful back of the throat, cold. No flu, just really bad cold. So, I decided to take yesterday off and test out the Elgato theory. And if you're not familiar, the Elgato is a stream capture device, or rather a video capture device, that a lot of people use for things like Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. It can be used in PC setups, but it's generally used to capture gameplay from console content. Because how do you capture a TV? But that's how they usually do that. They use something like an Elgato. And we had a theory that perhaps if I used the Elgato as an intermediary between the graphics card and OBS, that it would fix the issue with EU5. But I ran a test last night and it did not work. And a wonderful, beautiful, amazing side effect of attempting to use the Elgato is that Windows 11 is really, really motivated to help, let's say. It's practically incapable of helping, but it tries really, really hard. So it decided that, oh, your Elgato, that's a microphone, right? Yep. That's a sound card, right? It can play sounds, right? It's also a monitor. It's all of them. I will now make this your new default recording device and your new default audio playback device, and also it's the fourth monitor. And you're welcome. I helped. Fucking Windows 11. Which, none of that's not like really a big deal, but like, so that after I got done with all my testing, I removed it. I noticed that the sound, like my microphone input, was off, and it was fluctuating, which is a common problem that you run into with Windows, where it'll like treat your microphone as a communication device, and then allow programs to have control over the inputs, right? Like if you're on a Skype call or Zoom or something. The problem is that I had none of those settings enabled, and I had changed none of them, and yet behind the scenes, in the driver, kernel, whatever, fuck Windows. Somewhere deep in the operating system where there isn't even a checkbox for it, it's like, well, I mean, the Elgato's a microphone. By the way, it's not a microphone. It doesn't even have the capability of receiving. It can't record. Like, it has a mic line in, but that doesn't mean it's a microphone. So, basically, Windows did something behind the scenes and made it so that it just completely fucked my entire sound setup. I had to completely remove the Realtek Audio HD drivers and then reinstall them and do all this bullshit. And I still don't think my audio is back to where it was before the Elgato test, because I'm sick and I don't sound like I normally do, and I know I sound different right now, but I sound different because I'm sick and because Windows fucked with my sound. But how much of it is the sickness and how much of it is the fact that I don't have the settings exactly where they were, I can't really tell. So I need to wait until I'm not sick, and then I can tweak it and get it back to where it was. If I sound too loud or too quiet, or if it's blown out is like the best word to describe it, that's because Windows fucked it up. It will be resolved by the time I'm sick. By the time I'm not sick, excuse me. So, that's how my day went. In other news, Yeah, I strongly encourage you to continue holding that belief, Gastafon. Windows 11, it's just such a disappointment. I remember how hard I resisted Windows 10 when I still had Windows 7. I held out longer than most people did. I stuck to 7, like I was a diehard 7 user. And if you were to compare Windows 7 to Windows 10 versus Windows 10 to Windows 11, it's like 5 times worse. Windows 10 is great. I love Windows 10. I loved Windows 7, and I loathed Windows 10. I didn't want to do it. But in comparison, in hindsight, Windows 10 is wonderful. Windows 11 is utter trash. I hate it. So the good news is that despite running into some issues with installing Windows 10 on the new partition that I'm testing, and then having the computer hard freeze because it was having kernel layer miscommunication problems with the hardware, because Windows 10 back in like 2015 is too old to even interact with the hardware that I have. But I solved that this morning by getting a newer ISO, and I was in the process of reinstalling Windows 10 and getting all the software up and running, getting logged into the accounts. Got about 80% through, and then realized, oh crap, it's already 1 o'clock, and if I don't do a stream soon, that all the Europeans are going to go to sleep, and we won't get to play Factorio. So, pushing the Windows 10 EU5 test to later tonight. But at this point, man, I don't... If it's not a Windows 11 issue, specifically talking about the EU5 streaming problem that I have, if it's not Windows 10, sorry, not Windows 11, I have no idea what to do. I have no idea. Just have no, like, no leads, no hint of a path to take, so. Cross fingers. Okay. I do apologize to anyone that was in the game yesterday. Sorry, 2 days ago, not yesterday. And you were like getting into it, and then suddenly like, what? Why aren't we playing today? What the fuck? I want to play. I want to play. I know, I'm sorry. You can get your fix today. I remember wrapping up the session saying something about perhaps we should do a little bit more like roundtable discussion at the start and end of sessions so that we stay focused and that this task list thing, to-do list, doesn't just keep getting more cluttered. Why don't we just start with that then and do like just a one-time pass through every line and see if any of them need to get removed, or if they're duplicates, or if they're already complete but they just weren't checked off. Triple gasoline production, I had added that because just to run this gas iron smelting array over to the far right requires 180 gas per second. That one definitely still needs to be done. We have like 80 per second, I think, in gasoline production. I'm pretty sure gasoline is still our best currently available liquid-based fuel. We do have, I think, if not already, then very, very recently, we unlocked a, I'm searching through every single machine is going to take me forever. I don't know where to even look for it, but somewhere, I'm pretty sure we unlocked a machine that does smelting. Better, actually, than the gas furnace. But I forget what it was. Anyone remember? I know it was related to iron. It was related to Iron 1 casting. I think it's this. The casting unit Mark 1. Yeah, casting unit Mark 1 takes 2 gas furnaces and a science lab and a radar for some reason. And it has a crafting speed of only 1, but presumably it has much larger, like, bulk craft recipes or something. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be an upgrade in total throughput. So I guess the reason I'm talking about this is because I was saying, you know, we might want to max out gasoline production so we can actually use these gas furnaces, but perhaps we could already start looking at doing the casting. Most new buildings require advanced materials that are not quite readily available. Do you think I'm jumping the gun? You think it's a bit too early to start thinking about the casting unit? I mean, we have all the resources to make the casting unit. Intermetallics is the only one that's slightly new and complicated. Everything else we can definitely do. Here, let's just see what it can craft. Try to find, like, an example iron. Right, so in 4 seconds, with a crafting speed of 1, it can make 60 iron plate. So that's 15 iron plate per second. Compared to the crafting speed of a gas furnace, which I believe is 4. Going from a basic stone furnace with a crafting speed of 1 to a gas furnace is 4 times faster. But this is going from, like, probably mathematically it's going to be like 1, 4, 15. It's another nearly 4x multiplier in crafting speed. I know we have borax. I've seen that. I don't know about sand casting. It's a cool concept, though. Sounds like we're basically, like, doing the thing where you pour molten metal into grids and put sand around it and then let it dry or, you know, harden, cool, and then boom, iron plate. Now, I can't tell from looking at this right now, but does anyone know? Feel free to chime in if you've played Pyanodon before. Does the casting unit Mark 1 also require liquid fuel, like the gas furnace? Or does it not? Like, because if it needs liquid fuel also, then it's a no-brainer that we need to increase gasoline production, because we're just going to need it, always. But if it doesn't, then we could maybe... Doesn't require liquid fuel. Wow. Does any part of the process need it then? Like, what about creating the molten iron? Here, I want to... Molten iron is made in the molten... We would be doing this one, I believe. So we'd be taking the processed iron ore feeds that I was working on 2 days ago, or I'll just say last session, since I don't want to keep trying to remember if it was yesterday or not. I'm pretty sure we have oxygen in a thing, because we were already planning on doing that, and I saw borax on a belt, so... The basic oxygen furnace Mark 1, does that one? Used as a solid fuel. Well, okay. Good discussion so far. Let me go back to the to-do list. Back to this topic of triple gasoline production. I do think that this is a reasonable thing to still do, just because if we don't, I can guarantee that if we start heavily utilizing this iron build, we're going to run out of gas. Right now, it's only going to stay functional so long as the gasoline reservoir keeps up, because there's it's like 40% of the production need. So that's not a hard thing to do if someone wants to still do that. Wood fuel lines, I think Aversum had mentioned like a 12 megajoule to 32 megajoule return, because we took a turd. What does a turd stand for again? A turd. A technological upgrade and research device. We took a turd that made wood better, and I don't think I saw anyone building anything with it, but at this point I'm wondering if... I don't know. Does it make sense to even try to 12 megajoules to 32 megajoules seems good, but if we're not going to utilize it, then thoughts, Bueller? If basic oxygen furnaces use solid fuel, solid fuels, by solid fuel you don't mean solid fuel from vanilla, right? You mean solid fuel types, not liquid. So could we run the basic oxygen furnaces off a off of a wood fuel supply? Makes sense to me that you should be able to somehow extract oxygen from the air by using fire and wood. Something. Alright, so this one, set up processing for easternmost iron field. That was one I had added, and it is already complete. Stage 1 copper processing, I assume is... Okay, so Joe the Powney. Is Joe here? You come back? Is that... No, it's going to be the full name. Okay. So I'm not sure if that was completed or where it was started, but our best oxygen recipe right now requires 15 megawatts of power per oxygen furnace. So Domo, are you suggesting that wood fuel supply would not be sufficient in terms of megajoules per second? And what if we just had multiple many belts of wood? Again, if you missed it the other day, the primary reason to consider wood as a fuel source is it doesn't create ash when you burn it. And there's that like 12 to 32 megajoule increase that we gain for processing and growing trees and stuff that we have because of the turd. On the other hand, we also have like really good geothermals, I think. So geothermals, is there any way we can turn geothermal power into fuel outside of just electricity? We like render the steam down into, you know how like on Volcanus in Space Age you can turn steam into I'm thinking of coal into oil, but you basically utilize steam from the sulfur. I guess is that the geothermal stuff's only going to help with actual electricity, not with liquid fuel or solid fuel needs. Has Princess Luna updated their Twitch handle? Ghost Plan the bus. So actually, before we get too far into the session today, Talkmore, are you... I think I saw you join. Are you around? Talkmore and I were discussing the potential to add a couple more mods, or at least one mod, to the pack. We were talking a couple days ago while first utilizing the caravan system about how it's interesting, useful, but limited because you basically need all of the surface area of every caravan just to load or unload with mechanical or even level 1 inserters, like the yellow inserters. So there is a loader mod that is Pyanodon balanced, quote unquote. For example, each basic loader would cost 16 green circuits. So it costs 16 times more circuits than a splitter. So they are not cheap, and they require power to run. They are Pyanodon level, not cheap. But we were thinking about maybe adding that to the pack so that we could actually utilize caravans on a bus. Because without the ability to unload a caravan, it's just quite awkward. We would have to have a huge amount of surface just to... I mean, we could do it, though. There really isn't anything stopping us from just having these, you know, like above up here, and then the belts come down. But it would also be just a lot easier if we had a bus over here with a caravan like right here, and then the beasts of burden bring the iron, and then there's loaders, and then just unloads it. Like, well, I could be sold either way, but I'm curious what the people in the game and also people in chat think about it. What are loaders for someone who's never used them? Oh, that's a good point. I guess I just sort of assumed everyone knew. A loader is an entity that you can hook up to a box or to a, like, a machine, and you can set filters on it, just like inserters, and instead of having to swing and move items back and forth, it just, picture it like, you know, you ever see one of those things at a construction site where there's like a chute of supplies, or like coal or stone or something just being loaded into the back of a train? It's like that. So it just loads. It just instantly, not instantly, it fills the entire belt to capacity. If it can. So, now the difference between vanilla loaders, which cost no power and no lubricant and are relatively cheap, which, when I say vanilla loaders, they're not even really in the vanilla game, but they are. This entity inside the test surface, right here, is actually vanilla. And Clonin, one of the developers at Woob, is the one who first, like, made loaders. He was interested in loaders being a thing, and so you can see that these three are from Vanilla Factorio, Classic Factorio, Yellow Belt, Red Belt, and Blue Belt, and it was made into a mod, and some people love them, some people hate them. Ultimately, Woob decided to not include them in base Factorio, even though it was one of their very own developers who first made it and thought of it. For whatever reason, the developers at Woob thought that that loaders took away from the feel, or the, you know, like the aesthetics of the game with train stations and, you know, the way that the bases would look, and perhaps they do trivialize some of the logistical challenges of Factorio. So I totally understand why they are not in the base game. But for me, at least with heavily modded content, it's really hard to play Factorio and have a large amount of mods that overhaul the game and not end up with some sort of much larger warehouse. Most Factorio mods that overhaul give you warehouses. And once you get to warehouses, we're talking entities that are not a 1x1 storage box, right? They're not just, like in base game, you only ever have a 1x1 storage size. You end up with logistics chests everywhere, or steel chests, but there's never like a 2x2 or a 4x4. But we know, I'm pretty sure, I mean, we already have multiple large, we're going to end up with logistic warehouses, right? So these are going to be these massive buildings that are going to be 4x4, 5x5, 6x6. And there just isn't enough surface area to unload a structure of that size with inserters if you have them. So that, like, whenever I end up playing heavily modded Factorio, I'm kind of motivated to get the loaders added to it. That being said, it was Talkmore's idea, so if you guys don't like it, blame him. I'll still whine a little bit about not having loaders, but I'm fine with, like I said, if we had to do this, if we needed to just do this, and we've got, you know, off to the side of the bus, say something like that, reverse the belts, and then it's just, these all converge. And that's just the size of the footprint required to make 8 belts of iron. Okay. My only concern is with caravan outposts. I mean, we could experiment with it, but I have not yet seen a way to do any kind of dynamic or logic with them. That's something I was actually sleep dreaming about, is whether these can be wired. Let me just actually check. They can. We can read the contents. So my concern is that with caravans, they don't have names. They're not like train stations where you can say iron drop off, iron drop off, iron drop off, iron drop off, and then the beasts will just take stuff to any iron drop off that needs it. No. You have to manually tell every beast, go to this caravan station, and then go to this caravan station. And so it's a lot of manual programming. It's not blueprintable. It's not, like, pastable. And most importantly, it is a crash risk. Only one player in the multiplayer lobby can interact with caravans at the same time without causing a desync problem. It's a known issue with the caravans in Pyanodon. So that's a strong argument either against using caravans or for using loaders, because this whole setup with 8 separate caravans could be replaced with just like 1 and more frequent drop-offs. And then instead of having all this, there's your 8 belts of iron ore. And then all of the beasts just go to that one station, which would stabilize desync risk and also ease the mental burden of having to program the beasts in the first place. Yeah, an alternative altogether is to just kind of put the caravan system in the back burner, not really worry about it, and just focus heavily on trying to get trains instead. But we do have a train. Somebody's been building out some train grid, too. See, look, there's a train there called Vampiric Dust. We talked about trains a couple days ago, though. Compared to vanilla, trains are about half as effective. Their cargo wagon capacity on a vanilla train is 40, and in Pyanodon, they have a cargo capacity of 20. So that's just something to be aware of. Yeah, Memhav, we would run into the same problem. I tested with using yellow inserters. These are 0 green circuits each. Yellow inserters go from 0.77 per second to 1.2. So they are only 60-ish% faster in terms of throughput. And the biggest limitation that really like prevents inserters alone solving the issue is that unlike in vanilla with inserter stack size bonus coming actually fairly early in the game, you get at least a little bit, like you get to 2 capacity on most inserters, well, all inserters. I think after just like 2 or 3 techs, 2 or 3 science pack types. We're not going to get any inserter capacity bonus until the 4th science pack, and it costs 700 science pack 2s, and 1,400 science pack 3s, and 2,100 science pack 2s, and 4,200 automation science pack 1s. And all that does is give us +1 inserter capacity. Not to mention, even just yellow inserters cost 2 green circuits each, which is more, it's double the circuit cost of a splitter. Like, they're not inexpensive. So, and then fast inserters, we don't even get fast inserters. I'm not sure, we could maybe do the math. It's got a rotation speed of 864. Rotation speed for, these is 432. So if I had to guess, blue inserters probably have a transfer rate of 2.4 items a second. But that requires science pack 3s, which we might be able to get to fairly soon, but like, even if we doubled and did this, and then got the 4th science pack and got inserters, we're going to run into the issue either way. How good are the Pi loaders? The Pyanodon version of the loader mod that we were looking into costs 16 green circuits per loader, and they cost energy per item. Yeah. FYI, if I get time to join before playing some MP Zomboid, I will try to upgrade coal to electric miners. Okay. Is that something we should add to the to-do list then, or? Yeah, I mean, it would be convenient to continue to upgrade. I gave all my electric mining drills away to somebody the other day, but these just not creating ash is going to reduce a lot of the strain on our ash processing. Doesn't really look like coal needs to be upgraded too much, though. There's already been a few here. Oh yeah, look at this. Just this many electric mining drills. Fully saturate 4 belts versus this whole huge footprint. They are so much stronger. 16 seems kind of cheap. 16 green circuits is not the same thing as maybe what you're thinking. If you're thinking about green circuits in terms of vanilla Factorio, yeah, that's pretty cheap. But these? Simple, I'm talking 16 simple circuit boards. That's actually kind of a lot. Per loader. It's by far the most... We've built not a single entity yet, I think, that costs anywhere near 16 circuits. And I'm pretty sure that we still have probably only 20 to 30% overall throughput on our chip shooter. This one structure, you can just look at it right here. The chip shooter makes 3 simple circuit boards, and it's only produced 1,578 products. It's completed the task that many times. So all together, in the entire 25 hours, 49 minutes that we've played a multiplayer lobby, we've only made 4,700 green circuits. So yeah, 16 per loader is not cheap. Are those like banana trees? What are these? No, they're sap trees. Cool. Alright, I want to complete my thought on this. So, some of this got trimmed, it looks like. Ghost Plan the bus is actually already done, basically. I think we can get rid of that. Purcell says 1 pi a second. Is that something, Purcell, are you in game still? Or have you connected yet? Is that something you're actively working on, or is that one... I think we need to try to get resources centralized. I think that's like the main thing. Like, I spent most of the last session trying to get this thing working. We're not currently utilizing the right caravan outpost. The last thing I remember doing is telling a single caravan guy to take iron somewhere. I don't even remember where, though. Oh, I was just having him drop off iron in the area where we have decided this is like our mall. Yeah, so all he's doing is he's just here and he's just making sure there's 3,000 iron in that chest always. But I'm thinking, if we could just, you know, get iron on belts, copper on belts, like, and then it just becomes so much easier to start ramping production. I said I wasn't going to destroy this, but this is just way too many inserters to leave sitting around doing nothing. How many copper? Kilk watched 20 consecutive streams. Kilk is one of the first people to show up every time. Kilk also has an interesting way of speaking. I'm fairly certain English is secondary language, probably. Glad to hear, Kilk. Alright, so I didn't get to the end of the to-do list, though, so... Something like a mini mall We kind of have something like a mini mall, but it's just still for the basic stuff, like mechanical inserters, underground belt, regular belt, and no splitters, but... So, like, I'd like to... centralize storage of base resources. So, like, getting to the green circuit feed that we've got, even though it's not very high throughput, if we could get that over to where the mall is, it doesn't have to be a caravan, we could belt it there, whatever. But we shouldn't have to run to 5 different places to get the resources that we need. So, I think, like, even something as simple as... if that's safe, yeah. I would like to have I'll do this if no one else wants to. I'm going to do this if no one else does. Right here, where I did the iron, I'm going to do another one that's just copper. So that at any point, if you need to craft, 40 goddamn jaw crushers, and you see that each one is 1,500 iron plates, and, we don't have a building that makes jaw crushers, so the only option is to try to start pocket crafting it or work towards automating it. At least you can just go to one place, one-stop shop, to get the resources that you need to actually keep progressing. You shouldn't have to go here to get iron, go here to get steel, go here to get circuits, go here to get copper. Like, no. Just, I want to centralize it so that it's less mental effort, less mental tax to only remember one place that you have to go. So, like, yeah, I'll handle, like, bringing the circuits down next to this stuff as well. It's the same concept when you move into a vanilla, not bot-based processing in, like, a bot base, but when you first build out a robo network, you don't put a logistics chest all over the place. You put them all together right in the middle, and then the robots centralize everything, right? Like, we should do that. Up steam to tin. Okay, do something with Eastern Iron's outputs. Yeah, so where do we use iron outside of this? Also, this should get hooked up to replace the iron. Everything that's using iron here, and honestly everything that's using iron here, should all be supplied by that caravan outpost. Because that dude's just sitting there with a full cargo, waiting to fill it. Like, plenty of supply. I guess I'll go do that now. But is there anywhere else on the base, anywhere on the whole map, that could use a dedicated iron plate supply? Whether it's like steel plate processing or, I don't know, anything. Anyone chime in or ping? Because I'd like to tether this right caravan outpost to something. Yeah, I've had a cold for a few days. About 3. I had to take yesterday off because of it, and I'm still feeling kind of poor, but I should be back to 100% in 2 days. Probably 70% tomorrow. Okay, so the iron... I need the copper from that belt, though. Just gonna run this up this way. We're going to prioritize input on left. So that wherever this iron was coming from, all the way over here, is... I don't know. Works. There are a few things that can run off iron, copper, steel, if you want to make a small mall there and some copper. Yeah, so Banana Cake, I think what I'd like to do is, I'm actually just, wherever I can find a new supply of copper, I'm going to duplicate this whole thing. So I'll find a large copper ore patch, process it into processed copper, and then use gas furnaces to make an equally sized throughput copper plate thing. It's the only logical thing for me to do, I think, or to do, I think, and then set up right next to it, this one, a caravan outpost that takes in copper plates. And or do it on the bus. In fact, no, I'm just going to force something. I love the concept of decentralized production, but it just feels too messy and chaotic to me. I'm going to grab this. We need to decide copper processing takes circuits? Why? Oh, copper's different than iron in terms of, I didn't know that. We need to make a decision on whether we want to use Pyanodon loaders or not. And if we don't make a consensus, like, right now, I'm just gonna put iron on the bus. I'm gonna start building a bus. Do we want to do a poll, or... You know, we talked about it for quite a while. I feel like we gave it a pretty good overall review of like what the pros and cons are and whatever. Alright, there's a poll in Twitch chat. 5-minute poll. Altogether, that is... how many? 24. 24 times 0.77. That's over what a yellow belt needs, but... But I don't think I care. I mean, it's just whatever. Do I? I mean, I guess you could cut 4. 20. Yeah. Oh, also this one's stupid. We discussed that, I think, the other day. There's no reason to, use splitters. Splitters cost money, man. You think splitters grow on trees? I'd rather that they're identical. Just aesthetically. It would please me if they are visually... The inbound one. And then we'll just use the drop lane alternation. Okay, so caravan load, up arrow for pickup. Just takes a single belt in. Has 20... Ooh, that's only 18 inserters. That should be 20. I noticed that. Maybe 2 more right here and here. Inserters. 20 inserters. Load, unload. Easy peasy. And they're visually, like, clean to me. So, where are we at with the poll? 57% to 43% said yes. 57 to 43. Pretty close 50-50. Okay. Well then, I guess all the effort that I just put into that was wasted. Talk more, do you... Alright, well, let's just do it now if we're gonna do it. Alright, I'm just gonna save, and we're gonna take a couple minutes here, guys. Sorry if you're in the middle of something. Alright, so what's the name of the mod, then? Pyanodon loader? Register for loader. Loaders modernized? Okay, thank you. Loaders monetized. Compact 1x1 loader requiring electricity to run. These are there are options to enable or modify capabilities like stacking, disable power consumption, recipe cost. I don't see any specific reference to Pyanodon, but I assume this is the one we talked about earlier. Okay. Oh, I didn't actually download it. Oops. You sent me settings? Okay. Those are the recommended ones. So we're going with this is the recommended setting. So we want them to use electricity. We're going to enable something called a shoot loader. No, we're not. That is on by default and it's disabled, I'm guessing. Oh, wrong one. I can't read. You know I can't read. It's not this one? Okay. So we want modernized pie. This one. Not this one, but this one. Add support for Pyanodons to loaders modernized. Okay. It requires the dependency of loaders modernized. By the way, I absolutely love how Windows 11 keeps on reminding me that its stupid Xbox gaming overlay doesn't work on my my computer. This is not an Xbox, Microsoft. Fuck off. Stop trying to make me use your bullshit. I hate Windows 11 so much. Did you guys hear about Jeff Bezos? I think it was in the news today. Something about wanting the average consumer to stop buying PCs and instead use cloud-based computing. It's the same thing as renting land. They don't want us to own anything. They want us to pay for things forever. Nothing you own is yours. Alright, so we need to go to settings, mod settings, find the loaders modernized. Hopefully, it is capable to be added to a mod. You know, I don't think it's enabled. It is. Never mind. Doesn't make sense for it to be under per player, so... There it is. Whoops. Okay. So we want to, yes, on electricity, turn off the shoot loader. What is the shoot loader? Very slow loader style shoot. Oh, these are the only ones that are changed. We're going to... Basically, that's all I have to change, right? Is that one option? Okay. It reminds me of the... what's the name of the tractor company? There's a story a few years ago, or maybe it was this year, about tractors. Farmers were unable to use their tractors because the tractors wanted to like update. They wanted like an internet connection to update. So they're like multiple $100,000 tractors were bricked because they didn't have, or they weren't willing to pay for like a subscription. They want subscription services for tractors. Oh. Another example is this one I think is still true. If you don't pay a monthly fee your seat warmers don't work in some electric cars like Teslas or Volvos or something. Oh. Let's pause for a second, let people catch up a little bit easier. Monthly pay is less than buy. I mean, slumlords in the poorer sections of major cities make a killing because people pay rent they don't own. Aristocrats over history. We play paradox games, guys. Come on. Everyone knows that the aristocrats were the landowners. They owned the land. They owned it. They don't have to rent. Rent is bad. Subscription models are bad. When you buy a dishwasher, it should wash the dishes forever, regardless of whether or not you pay an ongoing maintenance fee. Like, it should just do the thing. It'd also be nice if she can make you a sandwich and sweep the floor. That was a joke. That was a joke. Don't get mad. Was it? It reminds me of a very stupid, simple joke. Something like, how do you turn a dishwasher into a... how do you turn a dishwasher into... I don't know. I can't remember jokes. I don't know why. But it's the same sexist joke concept. It's like something about giving her a broom. Hmm. Well, why don't we go ahead and pop loader to the front of the queue. We'll get that knocked out in 30 seconds. I like that it's a 1x1 entity. And as we can see, it does cost 118 iron. That's a lot. 16 circuits, which is still, I think, expensive but fair. Max energy consumption is 482 kilowatts, but that's only if it is running at full speed constantly. So not I mean, that's a lot of energy too. That's twice the energy cost of, like, I want to say vanilla Factorio gray assembly machines are 100. Aren't they 100 kilowatts? And like the blue ones are like 160 or 180 or something. So if it's running at 15 items a second, it is going to cost half a megawatt. Oh, I saw in the Factorio subreddit this morning a silly concept. Somebody made inserters that have multiple arms, and I guess other people were like, you know, doing the thing that you do on the internet, where he was showcasing a single inserter having 2 arms, and then they were like, make it have 3. What about 4? So now there's a 4-arm inserter mod where, like, you put an inserter in the center of a circular belt, and they'll just like move it all over the blade. It's just nuts. It's kind of silly. Well, loaders. Yeah, okay, so the way that it's crafted, it says it costs 8 inserters to build, but maybe you're mixing up the whether it's got like hidden inserters doing the actual hard, like the mechanical calculations, or if it's just the cost to build it. And I was always under the impression that Clonin had made loaders fairly optimized. I know that they dropped support for it for vanilla, but like when loaders were first introduced as a concept, I remember Factorio still had issues with long belts and UPS optimization, and it had issues with fluid mechanics was a huge drain on UPS. And there was at one point we used loaders because they were more UPS efficient for megabases than the equivalent amount of inserters and belts that you would need. I've always been under the impression that loaders are better for UPS, but maybe that's not true. Thank you, Prof. I hope I'll be better. I mean, how does my voice sound? I mean, I feel like it's better than I expected it would be. Of course, we're also only an hour in. The iron. I'm about to do some stuff with caravans in case you're not in-game or paying attention. So I don't want to crash us. If no response, then I'm going to do it now. Alright, you are supposed to be going to Caravan Outpost, and yet you can't because you have no food. You brought some brains. I thought I saw on a hungry one. How did this one get hungry? Ah. Okay, don't look at it right now, by the way, but I want to explain something. Whoever set up this caravan, Purcell, actually, it still says last user. Purcell, you just missed one important step. So you did everything right. Go to a place fill, go to a place empty, with both check marks. That's all default, that's good. But you do have to manually also add the interrupt at the bottom to tell it to remember to collect food. Otherwise, it will starve, and then... But I'll fix that one. Yeah, I do feel better than 2 days ago. I'm really glad. I'm actually quite glad I took yesterday off. I would feel even better today if I hadn't decided to drink a few beers last night, but... You know, whatever. If I'm going down, I'm taking the virus with me. Alright, give brains. Bum, bum, bum. bum. Bum bum bum. You have brains now. I'm in caravans again, by the way, just for a sec. And even if you don't really need to worry too badly about caravans, like you don't need to freak out about it. Everyone is. I have 1 minute autosaves on. Worst case scenario, if we do have a desync issue with it, it's not a big deal. We just lose a little bit of time with people reconnecting. That's all. One last little thing. I think even just looking at the interface, looking at the inventory, 2 people at the same time can bug it, so... Almost done, 1 more, and... Your job now is to go empty cargo. Alright. Yeah, I think what it is, it's... You know how Factorio is deterministic, meaning that, you know, it will always be the same. There's no RNG. So, the problem is, if we're looking at the same interface and I change something and the code isn't correct to display a UI on my screen, and then you have it displayed on your screen, and I change it, and there's no, like, communication that happens between us, then my game says that it's this, and your game says that it's this, boom, desync. So it probably is something that could be fixed, but it's a really very sophisticated system that mimics train behavior that someone else just sort of created out of thin air. So it doesn't surprise me that it's pushing the limits of mod capability. I get some copper. I need some more. Having issues with the stone. Again. We already have 40,000 stone in this deposit. That's insane. Well, this is a good use case scenario for loaders already. What was the actual stone throughput on all this? Do we need double loaders? It's only 15.5 total, so this should just be merged into one. Save a loader. Nice, they can use filters too. Mm-hmm. The problem is that landfill is not just stone, it's also gravel and soil. So, like, what do we do with all this damn stone? We're gonna have to figure this out. Like, if I add another whole thing doing copper, I'm probably gonna end up doubling the stone throughput again. So, does anyone know? I guess I could do a deep dive on stone. Like, there's some recipe that we can use to somehow, like, turn stone into useful ores, maybe? Gravel, better for storage? Okay. I'm assuming that requires a jaw crusher, probably, right? Alright. Stone is used in rails. Oh, it's just one stone, though. Dang. Okay, so 4 stone becomes 3 gravel, but gravel stacks to 200, and stone stacks to 50. Yeah, that's a huge savings. And gravel was one of the other ingredients in landfill, right? Soil comes from just a very basic water machine, right? If there's water nearby, I could make more landfill. But let's just start by converting... Because landfill consumes... Well, I don't think we're gonna need tons of landfill. It's not like we're on, we're not on Volcanus where we gotta dump tons of stone and lava. Or no, yeah, that's like, for me, that's like the main use case for mass landfill. Yeah, probably gravel. Make gravel. Alright, need some jaw crushers. Wouldn't be having this resource problem right now if I had at least some copper being made in quantity, or if it was being delivered over there. Like right now, I don't even really know where to go to get copper. I think that's copper. Like a copper chest anywhere? That one up there? In here maybe? There it is. Alright, jaw crusher. There are other bigger deposits. I don't know. See, if they call them deposit. Warehouse gives us the deposit. There's a logistics warehousing. I'm guessing that these, I think 800 storage size might be the biggest. And that's what the deposit is. So I think that's our largest warehouse. Unless there's another one with a different name than deposit. There's no like Mark II or anything. Bum bum bum. All right, well, let's try to make these one at a time. We are making gravel from stone. This guy wants 4 items a second. It's going to make 3 per second. No reason to use loaders on something like this, I think. 4 per second. 4 per second is... how many loaders? Or how many inserters? Or like 6 or something. I don't know, I can't do math. That'd be 1.5, 3, 3.75. Yeah, that's whatever, it's fine. And then we like 4 on the output side. So about 16 stone per second, which is enough for that yellow belt. Turns into 12 gravel per second. That's enough to process this one belt at least. Keep this running for a while. A while, quote unquote. Just want to watch this whole thing turn on. Actually, I don't like that setting. Don't drop into machine outputs. That messes up stuff. Well, actually, hold on. I gotta do some math, don't I? If this thing ran at full speed, it makes 15.5 stone per second. So, 4 jaw crushers to make gravel is enough to, like, maintain, but it's probably going to struggle to actually get ahead. Maybe I should make more. Although this isn't fully built out anyway. Nor does it really need to be, though. Are we gonna get, what are they called? Alert tower things? Speakers at any point soon? So that we can start creating some simple circuit logic for warnings and stuff? And the base is really big. It's easy to miss that something is broken. It'd be nice to have some logic. I'm not really convinced this is much faster than just doing it manually, unfortunately. Desync. Oh, whoa. What was the trigger there? I feel like it was either when I turned on even distribution, like I clicked that again, or when I used, I pressed the G key to do even distribution. I think that may have triggered it. It was suspiciously close to that. Might be my fault, sorry. I'm gonna go start a pot of coffee and let people reconnect, sorry. You're back. Hmm. I feel like it shouldn't be taking this long to upload a 26 megabyte file. All right. All right, talk more. I'll allow you to petition the court. Is the argument to shift the server from my computer to this, to a Prime Dead server based on upload rate, upload speed, or is it based on something else? Because I could be convinced, but only if it stays the way that it is in terms of the server does not run when we're not streamed. Like I don't want to let it get ahead. There was a time a few summers ago where we had a 24-hour server where people could just come and go all the time, but it was a super big mod pack with lots of mods. Well, obviously lots of mods for the super big mod pack. But for this, I think that there's just too much that could change between one session to the next when it comes to like the recipes and understanding what the hell we're doing. I mean, that already happens a little because like I'm not working on every new research, every new like building type that comes out. Sometimes I look around the map and I'm like, oh, what's all this petri dish stuff? Like I wasn't involved in that at all. I didn't do any of the seaweed crop stuff. But at least only letting the server run while we're streaming, it's more likely that you, Alright, I'm gonna rehost. Oh, we've had even distribution the entire time. The setting that I just changed was related to machine outputs. I mean, all I did, I had that enabled, and then I turned them on and back off and stuff. It could be related to the G range being too large and like it, I don't know, doing something, but it hasn't caused any issues up until now. We played for 26 hours, so I don't think it's even distribution, but it did seem suspect. Yeah, I would lean more toward the loaders, actually. It's either loaders or even distribution, something that was done there. But I suspect that this will be fixed. I think it's just like by rehosting, I think we'll be fine. We could, if we want, like, try to break it and find out, just like we did with caravans, so that we know what the trigger is and it isn't surprising. No, loaders don't count as chests. Loaders don't have an inventory. People seem to be reconnecting just fine now. So, both Thanatos and Prime Dead had servers to host with Factorial. Generally speaking, my understanding still is to this day that Linux-based Factorial servers run better than Windows-based. Talk more. Do you know any of the specs on either of their hosting platforms? Because right now, one of the bottlenecks that we are running into when there is a desync or when we're starting and stopping sessions or adding a mod or something is if I do continue to host as the save file gets bigger and bigger, it might become a noticeable bottleneck on connection. My upload while streaming is capped at 3 megabytes a second. So we could do some napkin math real quick. If the save file is currently 26 megabytes, let's just say we have 10 people, but sometimes there'll be more. Let's say it's 26 megabytes times 15 people. We gotta download, I gotta upload 390 megabytes at 3 megabytes a second. It's gonna take us all 2 minutes or more right now. So that would be the primary argument. If you wanted to convince me to switch, give up my coveted, instantaneous, no lag, zero delay, host slot, host position. That will be the argument to use. Just start bitching about how long it takes you to connect. I do kind of adore these as a mechanic. I like how they just sort of, they're like a puppy that's like looking at you and you've got a stick in your hand. And they're like, stick? Stick? And then they just like, because normally, like, see how they like they wander around when they've got no job, but otherwise they just stare at it like, iron, iron. I'm not getting full throughput here because we don't have, the iron, wow. Both iron caravan outposts are completely empty. It looks like we have a total of three caravans that are utilizing them. 2 on the left, 1 on the right. And, that means these jaw crushers need to actually get built out. If somebody is inclined, if you really want to stack trace the problem, if you, I don't have one because I didn't desync because I'm the host, but every player that desynced, if you go to your app data folder, somewhere in there, wherever like Factorio saves are stored, there should be a folder called logs or desyncs or something. You should have a desync report. And if you go to the very, very, very end of that file, there will be a line that'll say why you desynced. If anyone feels inclined to go figure out what triggered it, what was the last line in that file, it would give us an idea. Alright, something I said I was going to do is centralize, I want to centralize resources, so we're going to move the green circuits. I saw there was some logic on that circuit, on that inserter. What's your deal? Enable disable if simple circuit boards are less than 200 in the box. Why would we ever want to cap simple circuit production? Lacking plates? For what, circuits? I just think green circuits are like, they're almost like science facts in terms of what they do for us. Like, they're really important. Which plates are we lacking, Princess? Ah, okay, well, as soon as I finish, I want to do one more quick task, which is to centralize the steel supply. Steel storage, I mean. I'm trying to make it easier to collect stuff. I've already said why, but I'm gonna force myself to go find the steel and do that. I think it's way over here, and it needs to be centralized. I hate having to run all over the damn base just to get basic resources. Pretty sure steel just dead ends right here. Seems like zinc production got ramped, so I don't really know what this box is doing now. There's no harm in it being there, though. I have literally zero care for how ugly this is. I just want steel to be next to the iron and the copper, you know? I'm gonna get over to here. Somebody, probably me, somebody at some point should consider just actually automating claw crushers or something. Hook up fuel to the eastern ironstone furnaces or decon it. Yeah, so we're not using, yeah, I deconned it, but also we still need the tripled gasoline. There was something not fuel on fuel belts for the boilers that they might stall. No, it's not backseating. If you saw a problem, if you somehow managed in this absolutely ridiculously spaghettified base to actually see an actual bug in our build, yeah, that's some sort of plate. How did that get on there? Probably while someone was working on this line. Yeah, this whole thing over here is struggling. But this is also not our primary power supply anymore. I think, I'll check in a sec. Oh no, did we? Okay, well we did, but like, this is not as big as I want. So we tapped, we have our initial geothermal right here. And is this the right ratio? Is it only 8? 10? Just 10? I feel like you could support a lot more off that. Really? It is just 10. So these are fully tapped? Oh. Can provide as much power as I thought. So 10 steam engines times 7.6 megawatts times 3 geothermals, 228 megawatts of stable power. Holy crap! I did not expect us to be at half a gigawatt already. Practically 40%. Jeez. Well, okay then. Yeah, this belt is very contaminated. Did we fix the source of the contamination already? So yeah, think about it like this. Memhav, how long do you imagine that would have gone unnoticed if you hadn't said something? Yeah, I don't consider that backseating at all. That's just a shrewd, sharp eye. Looks to be fixed. Oh, I'll go get it then. I forgot that you can just do that to prevent it. That's good. Yeah, I'm confused. Like, where was this Holy Devil in-game again, or no? Holy Devil, you were the last one working on this belt right here. Where was this tin or lead or whatever it is supposed to go? Remember? Sorry if I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just... It says last user Holy Devil, so... No clue? Same here. Well, it just dead ends here, so was this supposed to connect with another source of... where do we use... I don't even know what this is. Tin. Where do we even use the tin? Anyone know where tin is supposed to go? I see tin on a belt here. Mixed with, ceramics. So there's a tin belt coming in from the southwest. Perhaps the intent was to merge it with that tin belt. I'm guessing that this was our original tin. Wait. Tin processing here. There's a splitter, essentially. Here, old-fashioned splitter with inserters. Yeah, okay, so it just does... It's already getting where it needs to go. We can just pull the whole line. Unless there was a machine up here that needed tin. But yeah, this just doesn't need to be here. Unless, was the purpose of connecting it maybe actually to deal with the ash? There's no filter on these. Oh, there is a filter on these. Okay. Yeah, okay. Set it for only ash. I'll purge this line of the tin plate, and then we'll connect it in with the ash feed. That makes more sense than what we were doing. Hmm. No. No, actually that is fine. That's a combination ash copper, so it'll get processed somewhere. As long as it's pure ash. Alright, I was pocket crafting more claw crushers. I have 10 more. Good. Yeah, so that was actually a multiple systems failure problem that you noticed, Mem have? It was contaminating our power supply, it was contaminating other things, like, good catch. I merged it in the wrong spot. Well, shit. By trying to solve the problem, I made the problem also wrong. I will go and check again. It was up here. Down here. Alright, so this copper is going up, 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 up. And theoretically supposed to be pure copper. And there's some ash there. Copper, 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 copper. No radar in the middle of the base. Base is so big that we can't even see it. See inside it. Alright, it was this copper. And then this is where we're filter pulling off the copper plate. Nope, there should not be any ash on here. Okay, well. Honestly, wouldn't it just be easier, instead of like going and trying to find the source, I could just like create a new a new ash filter. And just send it to that belt right there. Seems easier. If ash goes this way. And goes on that belt. Fixed. In theory. Don't hold me to that. Well, we're certainly making use of the iron. I think because we have an uneven draw, we have at least two caravans using the left one and one... Oh, I'm so dumb. Right, we added the loader mod. We should just merge that into a single outpost. That way we don't have to deal with balancing. Duh. I'm gonna merge the right caravan outpost into the left caravan outpost, so I'm gonna be modifying a caravan route in a moment. Right. Anybody currently working on caravans? I don't see anyone having said anything, but I just want to wait a moment and double check. Alright, so this guy, your schedule is now going to be to go to Alright, I need to replace your fill destination. So we're going to delete this and add a new one here with fill. Now this is showing nothing, this is showing 3, so I can pull this one. I think the total throughput was like 24 plate per second. Dang it. Doesn't that reduce the throughput that you can achieve? What, having only one caravan outpost instead of 2? Well, the total throughput per second in Iron Plate for this whole build is 24 plates, and we were splitting it equally between 2 caravan outposts. The left one was completely empty because two beasts were trying to pick up a full inventory. These caravan outposts hold exactly, at most, enough to fill 1 caravan wagon, so like, it's 30 slots on the beast and 30 slots on the caravan outpost, so it needs to get completely full to allow 1 animal to fill. But ultimately there's still only 24 plate per second going in total. My plan right now is to do a loader, and that handles 15 per second. Of the 24, and then I'll make up the difference with these. If it was exactly 30 per second, I would say it's reasonable to use 2 loaders, but because there is surface area still available, it makes more sense to me to... We'll do 24 plates per second minus the 15 that the loader's handling, means we need 9 per second divided by 0.77 per inserter. We just need 12 mechanical inserters. We have 22. Two more. So 12 mechanical inserters plus 1 loader equals, will be fine. This looks wrong. That's wrong. This is supposed to be a 3-to-2 belt balancer. That's not supposed to be there. And actually, let's prioritize the output of the right, since that's got the loader. It needs to handle 15 of the items per second. Of course, eventually the belts would back up on this side if it sent too much down there, so you really don't need to, I guess. Pretty sure it would end up working out. Having only 1 caravan outpost does potentially limit a burst need of like multiple stations, multiple locations wanting iron plate. But ultimately, it's still the same iron plate per second. So I don't think consolidating down to one is reducing our anything at all. Can't you send them to any storage? Oh, that's true. You're right. Let's see. So there are different actions available at different types of places. Different kinds of actions are available for different kinds of destinations. At Outpost, you can tell them to wait, store food, transfer items, or to circuit condition. At another caravan, you can tell them to transfer items. At a vehicle, transfer items. I'm guessing that even though you can tell them to go to a deposit, that transfer items is not allowed. Actions available for different destinations include. Maybe though. Maybe fill cargo is allowed. If no one's modifying caravans, I could test that real quick. Let's just test with one of these guys. If I were to add a destination, that deposit, are we allowed to fill? Nope. They can only wait. Okay, well that answered that question. Didn't mess him up, right? So right now, this is a slight example of where like we could be producing more iron plate per second in terms of like actual loading and throughput because the wagon's full. But what should end up happening is this one's gonna come and then say 3 of them all come at once. I don't know that it would actually prioritize the first one that had arrived or if it would split it then equally, but there is internal storage in the furnaces, so you know what, perhaps based on just that one little observation there and the fact that there's like 100 plate in some of these machines up here, maybe it would be better just to do 2 loaders. Even though the whole column, the whole setup can only make 24 per second, if we allow it to load 30 per second, that kind of lets it maybe do a better job. I'm for it. Reasonable expenditure of energy. Oh my god, loaders. Mini loaders as well. Only 1 by 1. We can always add a buffer. That's fair. I don't want to do pure loader buffers though. Like, yeah, you could, if you wanted to go nuts, you could do like... almost like a train station. But all that does is, like, what? That's 6 more inserters, 6 times 0.77 a second. It just increases the speed that you can refill it by 4.6 per second. I don't think it's worth it. Going from 30 per second to 30, 33 or 34 or whatever. But if you really, really, really needed high throughput and you had a lot of loaders, and, like, it's not a huge cost, you could do something like loader. Wherever the hell the steel chest just went, right here. Do multiple splitters, and then, in theory, you could go And every one of those is now you've got like, what, 15, 30, that's 90 items a second now that it can fill. But it's a huge waste of resources if it's only advantageous up until you are consuming 24 iron plate per second. And once you are, you're going to burn through your backlog, and then all of these are going to sit doing nothing. It lets you build up a big storage, but ultimately it's kind of not necessary. I think just having a slight advantage in loading 30 over 24 is enough. Okay, there were two other things I want to do. I moved the steel over to the, like, mall, quote-unquote. I moved the circuits. We got the loaders working. I want to go check on that stone into gravel thing. I did also finish actually completing this build. Next thing on my list was to replicate copper plates like iron. I want to do this whole build, or whatever the equivalent is for copper plate, so that we have an equal supply of copper. Get it into the caravan network. But first I want to go check on this jaw crusher situation. So at the start of the session I added this jaw crusher making gravel. It is apparently about what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 by 5. 65 out of 800 slots. Well, it's 8% full already. Slowly whittling down the stone. I want to add a reminder note. Otherwise that can get forgotten and then we'll be like, where's our iron? Alright, where is a huge copper ore patch? $55 million. Biggest one we see is here. There's one that's 38. That one looks awkward to deal with. 24 is pretty close by. There is the lag time for the caravans to actually go back and forth, so even though this is the biggest back and forth, it would take a lot longer. Which, I guess, just means you throw down a few more caravans. Still gonna be the same overall actions per like, stuff moved. And, we already have power out there. Because we had to connect it, right? So, yeah, I guess it probably makes sense to tap the biggest one. And then just use a bunch of caravans to... Alright, I'm gonna go into the thing for a minute and see if this is any different for copper. This was the build I used for iron. If we instead wanted to do copper, copper grade 1. Oh, that's grade 2. I see, so this does not have a copper grade. Like, there isn't a recipe for copper. Interesting. Well, how does one make copper then? Copper ore is... is the primary source we have right now for copper ore soot separation. Ouch. Ow. I just took more medicine, but I think I waited too long. It really hurts. Oh, ow. Man cold. It's worse than pregnancy, man. Okay, I think I understand now. Okay, so in the machine called an automated screener, if we feed it all of the copper ore, it'll make 1 copper grade 1 and 2 copper grade 2. The copper grade 1, so we need to just start with this process then. Five of the copper grade 2, so 2/3 of the throughput already. Just goes direct into copper plates and gas furnaces. It's fine. So what we need to figure out then is what to do with the copper grade 1. Why is this confusing me so much right now? Copper 1. Copper grade 1. What do I do with you? If I take copper grade 1, 2 copper grade 1 becomes 1 copper grade 2 with a byproduct of stone and a jaw crusher. Okay, so we grab a jaw crusher, all to make copper grade 2. You're making 0.33 copper grade 1 per second. You're taking, so I need 2, it's a 2-to-1 ratio. We get 0.66 copper grade 1. This then adds the 0.66 copper grade 1 and turns it into 0.33 copper grade 2 with the original 1.33. Okay. You made a copper processing build already? Do you have a sandbox? Can I just look at your sandbox? Or did you build it on the main map? Cool. Thank you. Is that... Okay, so we'll just double check my ratios. We're making sense so far. 2 to 1, 2 to 1. And you've already done all the math on your inserters and belt throughput and all that. And then what are you doing with your stone? You are making stone into saline water, and then you are pouring it into the floor. A full belt of grade 2 into 12 plate per second. Okay, but it's only half built. Okay, and then where is your actual copper plate? Oh, you're using foundries. What is the foundry doing? Can you only use the foundry for the copper grade 2, or why not use gas furnaces? Is that... There are 4 current recipes to make copper plate. It says here that the Advanced Foundry Mark 1 and the gas furnace can both be used to turn it into that. So what's the advantage to the Advanced Foundry then? It's only got a crafting speed of 1. The requirements per second. Okay. Oh, I see. Is it that if you... Okay, I have an idea then. I think I understand. So you're saying perhaps... if we had, if I had, copper grade 2 on a belt, and I was trying to use gas furnaces, and we had fuel. It's 10 items a second per gas furnace. And there's just not enough surface area around the gas furnace to even... I mean, you'd pretty much need a loader. 2/3 of one loader. Is that even reasonable, or is it just better to use the foundry? Foundry definitely looks cooler, sure. It kind of feels like the foundry should be more advanced than the gas furnace, but... You'd easily need like 5 inserters to output and like 15 inserters to input. You could probably... If you used a 2 to 3... That can process 30 grade 2 copper per second. These 3 machines could do it. Use loaders. You're only getting 2/3 of the benefit of the loader, but that also means you're using 2/3 of the max power. But then on the output side, is it possible to actually extract the resources with this small of a footprint? It would be 3 yellow inserters. I mean, you could just space them out. But also, the foundry might just be cheaper to build or something. Maybe the foundry has recipes that it might get later that you would be glad you're using advanced foundries instead of, I have to assume at some point there's going to be recipes that require, specific, like, foundry machines, you know. Yeah, from a cost perspective, advanced foundries are actually quite easy to build. Oh, true, yeah, foundries have module slots? Just one, but... It just seems like an easier setup, though. Not to mention, it's already been done. So yeah, I think just clone your build. I was thinking, while I was, like, trying to fall asleep the other night, I was dreaming about whether it made any sense to just, start setting up caravans and have centralized processing. But unfortunately, compared to vanilla, in vanilla, it makes perfect sense to do centralized processing and smelting columns and stuff, because whether it's iron ore or copper ore, you pick up 50 copper ore, you turn it into 50 copper plate, right? 50 is the stack size for both. Well, I think it's 100 for plate, but, you know, whether you process it in one place or the other is not really that big of a difference. Unfortunately, if we wanted to use caravans to go collect the copper ore over here, it's like 8 copper ore to make like 2 plate, so you would need 4 times as many caravans. It makes way more sense to make decentralized processing, so I'm gonna see what resources I need to, I think I'm just gonna drive out there and actually see what kind of throughput I can get. Well, actually, am I wasting my time right now? Do we even need copper? If you actually finished your build, do we have enough copper plate per second right now? I just sort of assumed we didn't have big copper, but your build looks like it could be pretty big. There's also this whole one. Oki has a huge planned one. And Domo's was where? Sort of annoying how the planet, the pings break when you use the sandbox. Okay, so there's one to the south that's like maybe a third built, and then one to the north that's like theoretical. So copper's, oh, that's antimony. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna commit to helping you finish your build then, rather than go tap a new mine. And then I'll also make sure that we get the caravan outputs set up to it, because like I said, I want to really make sure that we get some stuff onto the bus. The bus should be... Oh, I forgot to actually put a load over there. Whoops. If not, I'm not sure. Is there a way to read the temperature of steam? Right, but I think he's worried about mixing... Well, how does Vanilla Factorio work with different temperatures? Like, are you able to mix steam of different temperatures, or does it treat them like discrete fluids? Or Or maybe does it average them? I remember doing circuit logic for on Gleba, doing something about maintaining a certain temperature on like the burn stacks, and there's also circuit logic usually involved with uranium processing. So surely there's a way to measure the temperature, right? Like, isn't there like a thing where you only insert uranium fuel if the temperature gets below a certain amount? I think what you need is you just need a storage tank. You can't wire up pipes, but you can wire up the storage tank. So run your steam through a storage tank, wire up the storage tank. What was I doing again? Oh, I wanted to help with his build, and I need to know what we need. Let's just grab the whole thing. That's already built, so we don't care about that. That's already built, and that's already built. Like roughly that-ish. And those four as well. Okay, so these are the things that are needed. Probably need belts. Gonna need some pipes. Mm-hmm. Hmm. You're only supposed to be grabbing copper. Build a jaw crusher. Jaw crusher. I'm gonna try to actually automate basic infrastructure finally, I think. If I wanted to make steam engines, what do we need? A lot of crap. Mm-hmm. Bum. I would need pipes. I would need small parts. Ugh. Ugh. Well, gotta stop pocket crafting stuff at some point, right? Or do I? What if I were to just say that this is a good of a place as any to make more stuff? Actually, let's do it in the test world so that I can do ratios and stuff better. I don't think I'm ever going to use this thing again. This is not needed because copper was already solved. These have already been committed to the blueprint library. This can stay because why not? Alright, so... Really lost my train of thought again. I want to automate... I want to make expandable everything. Small parts. Expandable gears. All the stuff to make all the stuff. That's my current plan. So... let's start simple. I want to make gears. Pipes. Goal being the small parts. Don't even know which freaking place they're in. Those are bolts, sure. Probably need to automate that in quantity. All parts. Copper cable. Okay, so if I had bolts on a belt, copper cable on a belt, gear wheels on a belt, I would need sticks to make the bolts. All these damn things need fuel to run, which sucks too. We don't have any assembly machine that doesn't need fuel yet, right? Even the tier 2 assembly machine is a burner. Automated factory Mark 1. Costs 5 simple circuit boards, 2 gearboxes, intermetallics. It looks like it's a luxury item, kind of, because it still just has a crafting speed of 1. Also huge. All that just to not have to use a fuel line. Seems like a luxury at this stage, still. I'm standing beside assemblers for pipes and parts. Yeah, but I want to make it so that I can, like, get a full belt, and then, like, I want to make it expandable. And I just need to visualize the ratios and stuff to understand. I think we almost have enough tech, and we almost have enough production per second, and the base is actually in Pyanodons. It's taken this long to get to the point where we can maybe actually use a bus effectively. But I want to transition into bus-based builds, you know? Instead of making a discrete, like, square that does a thing, you instead make lines that do a thing, and then you can take that line and double it, triple it, quadruple it, you know? And then you can start to increase the speed of the belts, etc., etc. Okay, so if we're going to use burner assembly machines instead of the automated ones, I'll need to have some sort of logical way of fueling the machines. I think the easiest way to do that would be to run fuel directly underneath them all. Because these can go really far underground. We'll just start with that plan. This will be your fuel supply. And we'll mimic that. And then if I wanted to make more, I can just paste and then boom, right? Fuel's dealt with, solved. All that needs to be done then is some sort of fuel split system at the start of the whole production column. Fuel sorted. Next. Done playing for now? Okay, Arkovic, thanks for hanging out today. Yeah, for sure, Hyper Kitty. It's either going to be a fuel source that's wood or organic or whatever. I'm not dealing with ash. Not a what? No. I mean, it wouldn't be that big of a deal to do another belt like here that's for the ash output. But I don't want to have to build all that and then also send it somewhere and then like make sure that the ash processing is. I would rather admit I'll do the next build for like a big wood build if I need to, in order to have enough non-ash based fuel. Okay, so we got 4 into 2, 2 into 2, 2 into 4, n into 10. N into 10 is insane. 5, 15, 15. That's loader level. Jesus. What does rate calculator say this looks like? Bum bum bum. Hmm? There's just too many entities. You pretty much have to just use the search function on everything. So if I even wanted to just run 4 machines, I mean, that's already a full iron belt. So if I split this off and started using like a busing concept where we have priority output, make sure to fill this first belt no matter what. The problem here is that then I need 4 per second, and I can't do that with basic inserters. It's only like... I don't want to have to use these. long-handed inserters. Are we actually able to bake long-handed inserters now? Oh, we are. Well, I don't want to make them. Too expensive. I guess you could do this. Do 3 on one side. 3 times 0.77. If you really wanted to max out throughput, you could do this. But then you're still dealing with 2 gears per second. Where do the gears go? Could run them under on both sides, here and here. But that's only like 1.5 of the 2. What if instead we upgraded to the burner assembly Mark IIs? Does that make the ratios better in any way? I mean, it's just twice as fast, literally twice as fast. It's a really interesting situation to be in compared to base game Factorio. You're not normally so limited by inserter swing speed and like inserter like surface area of buildings, you know? This is relatively low tier tech, so maybe it'd be easier to just not worry about inserter efficiency and just, you know, make the whole thing twice as long and only provide enough inserters so that it runs at half speed, you know? Yeah, the automated factor is a lot larger and it won't require fuel, which also prevents me from having to do any kind of build that's non-ash based fuel, but I don't like how it costs intermetallics, gearboxes, and shafts. Those all equal one of the newer resources we unlocked, and it just feels... it still feels expensive to me. Yeah, let's just feed it, just do 3 inserters for simplicity. 3 times 0.77. That divided by the potential, so we're gonna do about 60% out of each machine, which means that we only need to do 60% of the output, which means that 2 inserters is enough. So we can just do 2 inserters like here, we'll do 1 near, 1 far, and that can be the gear output. So gears, we're going to take 1 belt of iron plate. If we only have 3 times 0.77, we're consuming 2.31 per group of 2. And if I have 15 iron plate per second, I need 6.5 little machines. Maybe. We give it 1 more inserter by doing something like this. Now we got 4 inserters of input, 4 times 0.77, divided by 4 max times 2. That's closer to the 1.5 that it wants anyway, so yeah, that'd be better. So in that case, we're doing 4 times 0.77 per second times 15 divided by 0.08. I only need 5 machines. Could you just bend the iron up? Oh, yeah, actually. A little bit of squiggly wiggly. There actually definitely is space. Might as well do a 5th machine then, too. We got our fuel. And if I don't end up having a good fuel source, there's still space for an ash return. That rates out to 20 iron plate per second, except we're only running at 77% capacity, so 20 times 0.77 is pretty damn close to a single belt's width, which is fine. All the inserters are correct. And we're not going to produce 10 gears per second. We'll make about 77% of 2 times 5 machines, about 7.5, 7.7. Could do the same to complete the symmetry. Just bend it down for no reason, for funsies. You just want it to be pretty. Pretty damn ugly. Hee. Well, it seems pretty clear that one of the things we're going to want on the bus near the top, very near the top, is actually going to be a fuel line. Perhaps. Not like bricks and stuff, because, like, we might honestly, like, if we are doing, like, a bus up, I don't know if it's going to be here or if it's going to be below. And the bus doesn't even need to be here, specifically, wherever here is. It'd be, I mean, this is a nice open area. I'd even do a bottom-sided bus. Just run fuel on the very, very edge, because I think we're still going to be using burner machines for a while. Does it make sense? Okay, I want to... This is just the way my brain works. I want to go through each of these items and see how many things it's used in, and then use that to determine if it's something that should be on a belt, or if it should be locally made. And if the answer is that there's a lot of stuff that needs it, I don't care. I wanna just bus it. I don't like the idea of doing... I don't like when you get a new recipe for a thing and you're like, oh, I'm gonna have to add, 4 machines making gears. No, I want to solve that down here. And then down here, I'll just grab gears. And if I need more gears, I can just go... Boo. Bam, more gears. Like, I don't like local stuff, usually. Pipes. That's a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think we want to bust pipes. Sticks? Sticks? Maybe not. Probably not. That's... First off, you're losing throughput, because you're taking 1 iron plate to make 2 sticks, and, that's not a lot of machines. It's probably not sticks. But we need sticks in order to make bolts. Bolts? Again, not used in that much. Sticks need more mining. Iron input is... Oh, I see what you're considering. Well, here's the drawback to... I feel like the cost of a burner assembly machine Mark 1 is not high at all right now, right? Neither is a mechanical inserter. I'm fine with it only producing 77% potential. It doesn't need to produce 100%. It's a lot easier to just have this and just make another one of it than it is to... If I were to like reverse this belt and then bend it down so that we could get another input on each machine, I could probably make the build fit within just 4 machines to consume a full iron belt, but like, why? So getting to the 5th machine. 4 inserters times 0.77. We're going to move 3.08 iron times 5 machines. It's already going to consume 15.4 iron plate per second. So there's really no reason to add the 6th or to worry. Like, removing this last machine doesn't save a huge amount of resources or anything. In my opinion. Alright, so sticks. Bolts want 2 sticks to make 2 bolts. And a 10. 2 into 4, and into 10. This is stuff we could have solved. I could have solved like hour 1 or 2, but it took a long time to get into Pyanodons and start thinking about it in terms of busing. Might be my own fault for that, but... Well, there's no way that we're ever going to approach 10 items a second being fed with regular inserters or mechanical inserters, but I don't think that matters that much. Well, I'm just going to go one by one. I have determined that yes, I do think that we want pipes on a belt. 2 per second means 3 inserters each, which is perfect. Just do 3 input, 3 output. Simple. Shift this up a little bit, make some space for extra inputs and outputs. Bum, ba, da, bum, bum. How did that happen? That was weird. No, I got teleported back into the real world. And then, like, threw down a huge ghost image. Belt. No idea how that happened. Random keyboard shortcut, I guess. Two in, 2 out. 3-3, it's fine. Okay, so that would come back and then... Whatever, hand up with that. That's gears. That's pipe. Sticks don't get back on the bus, but bolts want to be on the bus. Bolts, not really. Parts though, parts I think do end up on the bus. Holy shit, 15 bolts per second. think I'm overthinking this. So if the input items per second equals the output items per second, I think I'm just going to not worry about ratios and just say it's equal in, equal out. So it's fine to just say 3 in, 3 out. Whatever percent these run at, whatever. You know? And then, I mean, I can do some quick mental math to see like how long it should be for a full belt, but I don't think I should even like try to come up with some sort of crazy ass design that's like, you know how people do their thing with red circuits where they're like something like this. Or whatever. Trying to max out one machine in the middle. I don't like this type of layout. It's just so hard to... It's harder to beacon, and it's harder to just expand it. I like longer production chains, so... Sap's not a fuel, is it? Damn. There was wood nearby. Getting a little bit overwhelmed right now. You always use that the layout before you have beacons? You don't find that having a layout that is a before beacon layout is inefficient? Like, isn't it better to come up with a layout that is potentially beaconable down the line and actually plan for space for beacons so that you can just upgrade instead of having to retrofit or rebuild the whole base? Ultimately, this is the current location that, in my mind, is the mall. This is where I get resources from. I'd still like if there was copper. I should just actually put a small chest here to have a copper reserve. So that I can be a filthy pocket crafter for a little while longer. But there's just not enough space here. This is too small, and it's obviously not where the bus should be. So I'm gonna go just stand at the end of the bus, or where the bus could be, and start putting stuff on belts. Belts on buses. We've got loaders. We decided to do loaders, and looks like the intent is to build west and add more science packs, feed the science packs back into a lab column. There's ghost images up here, but I don't know if that's actually going to get built, or, I mean, some of it is built, so. But they've produced no products. In my mind, you generally build above the bus, but in this case, probably below. So, these plans were for drivable car lanes. have only seen, like, maybe one other person use a car the entire time we've played. I don't know that it's 100% necessary. It's just an interesting concept. There's also not enough space to, like, easily get stuff below here, I think. I think we say probably no to drivable car lanes. The walking paths are already good enough. It does look so cool, though. Oh, no, in this mod, no, I don't want to plan for it, but, like in vanilla, at least, he was talking about the red circuit 8-to-1 build that people do. This is actually 4 tiles. And, well, let's just, for the argument's sake, let's try driving a car on it. If I'm here and I want to... And if you accidentally are wrong angle, you get caught on the thing and it keeps you from getting off the road. But imagine if this bus did go, like, huge. Then maybe, like, car roads could be useful. But wouldn't it also just be easier to make personal train lines? In fact, a personal train line would even be skinnier, because you could have rail that goes both bidirectional with, like, multiple locomotives, or one locomotive that just goes from, like, you know, just like a subway tram or something. Like, this is, the first stop, this is the second stop, this is the third stop, and just, like, take me to bus 1, take me to bus 2, 3, and just, like, move yourself down there. I don't know that car lines make sense. Although it does look pretty. I could be persuaded either way. What do you guys think? The argument for one set of car tracks versus 2 would, yeah, but the problem is, if we're going to use people driving cars, you kind of do need 2, because we've had, I think, 1 death in this playthrough, and it was caused by a car. If 2 people drive in the same direction, drive towards each other on 350% movement speed road at 200 kilometers per hour, how many body parts does it create? They previously existed, they're just no longer connected. Well, how are we gonna... I'll freely admit that when I've made what I would consider to be a big base or a mega base, it's usually heavily modded. I don't think I've ever done, like, a true vanilla Factorio mega base. I've never made, like, 64 belt balancers or, you know, 64 column furnace column setups and stuff. And so, usually because of mods, because of loaders and stuff like that, you don't need 16 belts of iron plate. You can usually get away with, like, 4 to 8 or whatever. And I personally prefer the concept of, like, if this is an iron belt, say you have, like, 4 that are dedicated to iron. And then, rather than expanding it to, say, 16 and then dealing with all of the new belts that need to come in, I rather do downline injection points where as the bus is bleeding off resources with priority, if you just add up like what the machines could use and it exceeds 4 belts worth of iron, then that point right there, that's where, okay, we're going to create a train stop, and that train stop is going to replace or replenish that 4 belts of iron. So my point in mentioning it is I would like to somehow maybe incorporate the concept of like think really, really big for a second. Like literally think like the bus goes to here. Like really big, really long. If it were that long, there's no way that we're going to have enough belt at the very beginning, or enough, like, iron plate to feed the whole thing. But if instead we had enough to feed this section here, and then, like, a vertical train comes in or something, replenishes the feed, say here, and then here, and then here, then we could make a super long bus with minimal lanes of dedicated resources, and, we just have to figure out how to design a station ahead of time that we can plan to replenish belt feeds. My train grids do not normally end up looking as pretty as some of the other builds that I've seen and stuff, so... But assuming that that were built, like, how would we do it? Would we, like, have multiple train stops above, and then they just cycle in, or... Are we able to do elevated rail in non-space age? Yeah, we can. Okay. I guess I could just check tech. Yes, we do have elevated rail. Oh, and it's only the 3rd science block. So elevated rail in... I watched Josh Doshington's video where he built a mega base or whatever and did something insane with stuff. I love the way he designs trains. His trains look so cool. His train stations and like the way he supplies resources in his base seems awesome. And I would like it, like, I'm just imagining, like I said, like a... Trains do the talk more grid thing, sure, fine, whatever. That's how we get everything everywhere and make sure that it's interconnected and simplistic in terms of make train network big, go. But when it comes to unloading, imagine long-term down the line, like, trains come off the main grid, go onto an elevated rail, pass over everything that's important for walking, for the main, like, player thoroughfare, and then they just come down, or whatever. They have to come down to unload, right? They can't unload from the vertical layer. They come down, replenish the belt, and then go away. What is the best current megajoules per... What is the most convenient solid fuel that we have right now that does not create ash? Does anyone know if it's biomass or wood or... I don't know, brains? Like, can we cook flesh? Fiber. Can anyone potentially create like a fiber fuel line for me that I can start building a bus? Start building... It's bus time. I want a bus. Fine. I think we just go with one walking path, or width high. Don't worry about cars. Potentially, eventually, possibly run rail either above or below it for personal movement, but seems like it's a mixed bag. Some people really like having dedicated trains for player movement. Other players seem to just get confused by it and not need it, but okay, so I'm totally on board with sure four belts of iron for balancing and whatever. We don't want to have, like, you don't want to make it so that there's only one belt, because then you need a train stop every 3 feet. 4 is a good supply probably for iron. 2 steel seems very, it seems pretty... I don't think we can do 2. Probably just 1. So I'm gonna take over one of these and say that it is the fuel line. I'm gonna do... This bottom one is gonna become a fuel supply. Let's just say, like, what is it called? Canisters? Fuel oil canisters, is that what they're called? But that creates an empty fuel canister. And then you still have, it's like dealing with ash. I think maybe, let's just stick with, let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? Let's not worry about more complicated stuff than, what was the answer? Fiber. Let's just do fiber. Make a big fiber build. Shift this up. So that's our fuel line. I want it on the very bottom because I'm planning on doing something like I was demonstrating here, just like a normal furnace smelting thing. Normally you don't need this in vanilla because assembly machines don't need fuel, right? So you don't need a dedicated fuel line ahead of the initial bus rows or columns. But you often do this with furnace smelting columns, so it makes sense to me that fuel should be the thing that's the closest. Okay, so why don't we grab this feller. I'm gonna edit caravans real quick, everyone. We are going to replace your current target with this one. Put a sanity filter on here just in case. We decided to add loaders today. Yeah. We had a discussion and a poll over it because without loaders, the throughput requirement to actually even utilize caravans pretty much it really makes it awkward to deal with caravans, and because interacting with caravan outposts and caravan routes can crash the server, crash the lobby, we decided it just makes more sense to add loaders. But it's a Pyanodon version of loaders, so they're not cheap. They're expensive. They cost 16 green circuits each, which is a lot, and they also consume like half a megawatt of power. Alright, so we got a science area, we got a thing, and I'm gonna start building crap. Let me just cut this and rotate it until it makes sense to my brain. Match the current layout of the bus. Like that, kinda. If this is fiber. Nope, wrong. Like that. Okay. See what else Ming had planned in terms of what goes on where. I'm not sure that copper plate is used in the same quantities as it is in vanilla. Usually copper is super high need because of green circuit production and just circuits in general. But it feels, I don't know, so far it feels like iron is used at like a 2 to 1 ratio at least over copper to me. But I could be completely wrong. Might be able to get away with there's like 2 belt of copper. And actually, the fuel line doesn't really need to be mixed in the right in the middle here, because once the fuel gets like here, we can just run the fuel at the very top of the production area. Just like I'm doing in the test world, you know, just have a dedicated fuel so that, you know, just imagine that there's the walking path in the real world would be in here. And then this whole thing is just like further down. More like that. Might have the next science in the next one or more sessions, yeah? I mean... it feels to me like if we actually focused on making a bus a lot earlier, we would be further along, but we were all learning brand new recipes and equipment, or recipes and stuff, so not really that surprising. As well. But third science pack, eh? Can it happen? What to do with sticks, then? How do we... I mean, like I said, I think it makes more sense to just say... just grab this whole thing, shift it over enough so there's space for inputs. I'm not going to worry about beacons, probably. This test world is so convenient for like quickly moving stuff around and not having to manually rebuild everything. I like being in here. If I just make this look as close to the current world layout as it is, when I get done, I can just go click, copy. Boom. There's the plan. You know, that's kind of what I'm leaning toward. I should probably factor in that we've got the, oh, here's an idea. Let's just take a screenshot, or like a snapshot of what the current bus build looks like. Pull it into the world. And try to make this thing fit. This path wants to go like right here. Didn't it copy the, it didn't copy the labs. Oh, I probably just didn't copy the bottom. Maybe. I don't know. Some of what you tried to build cannot be built in the sand. Oh, right, because then you could cheat. You get science. I see. Makes sense. Because technically it counts the production that you do in the test world as, like, actual production statistics. If you go to the productions pane, and then you look at, like, the total production per minute for global, it would include all of the test worlds as well, versus just novice. Makes sense. I get it. Well, the idea is for the fuel to end up here. And then the... this whole thing is going to basically be here. Alright, I'm getting a little bit dizzy because this is what's currently planned in the real world. And it didn't copy the floor. Floor wants to be... here. I think that's where it goes. I think it's 3 tiles off of the, it's actually one too far. Alright. Which means this path looks like it's in the wrong spot now. Or is it? The real world is wrong, kind of. Ish. These can go a lot further, but... Also, the real world's path is right up against those, not where I have it. We'll just copy the real world, and it's fine. World? How's that? I think I'm going crazy. These are too far back again. Needs to be here. That's the issue. Bum bum bum. Nope, still wrong. Now it looks right. Okay. Assume that this gets some power from somewhere, doesn't matter where. This isn't technically an infinity chest, so... That'll require a little bit of manual finagle. Whatever. Can't join the next session? Well, how do you know the next session's tomorrow? I have been going for 3 hours, 41 minutes, and my intent was to try to stay under 5, more like 4 hours today, just so that I actually am back to like 75-80% health tomorrow. So, probably gonna wrap up fairly soon. For today. I should have started planning a bus in this test world a long time ago. I'm realizing that this is a much more efficient way to, I don't know why I'm kind of blowing my mind, actually. Like, I've only ever used this little test sandbox world to do a build. But like, yeah, why not just mirror the real world in the test world? And then instead of making a little build once and like, ooh, one and done, instead of planning in the real world and then having to like manually build it and whatever, it's way easier to just go back in here and then like, if this were perfectly overlaid on top of the real world build, then it's like, okay, I've made some updates to the plan, and you come back in here and you just click, and you're just like, all right, brute, right there. Boom. Everything that you had planned on changing or doing is makes a lot of sense, man. I wonder if there's a way I can like I have an idea. So if I want this to always go under the path, like the path doesn't have a belt going through it and looking ugly. And I want the ability to like click drag and just boom, make it pretty like instantly. What if I just did this again right over the path? Yeah, I think I can use like any entity. It doesn't need to be belt, but I can like put like a pseudo entity to force the belts to auto align, and then I wonder if there's like a specific entity I could use, like wooden chests or something. And then when I make a blueprint, I could just like box select it, go in here, and then remove that blueprint so that all the boxes get removed when you go to place it in the real world. Be pretty convenient. It can't be belt because that would be bad. It's got to be an entity that is never used or is like extremely uncommon. It has no placement restrictions. And or is the exact correct size. Lights. That's true. We never use lights. I mean, I'm never going to use top-up valves, but I shall use warehouses. Because they are not as good as deposits, and they're exactly 6 by 6. Why are there 3 spaces though between this science thing? How did that happen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the same width as all of these things, so like why? Why? I guess technically the whole... I need to move this whole thing up by 1 to fix it, otherwise it'll drive me nuts. Now it looks worse. What? What? Alright, I'm using a 6 by 6 entity to simulate, to force the belts to go under in a position where they look clean. Technically the belts can go under at a max distance of 8, but I don't think there needs to be that much space between the path and the thing. To me, personally, this looks better than this. I don't know, that just looks clean. Although this would allow for, like, holes to be run along the edge. Maybe it should be too distance away. But then, oh no, that's kind of the problem though. Like, if you have a 2 distance gap between the path and the thing, then what happens when you need to go under the path, back up, and then back under again? Then it doesn't work as cleanly. Why is that sand so blurry? Like, the intent is that it should look like this. You know, like you want it to go boop, 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 boop. But technically, because we've got 8 distance underground belt, could do that. Oh, Ming. Did you settle on 6 width because of, aesthetic reasons, or any other reason, or...? In vanilla, you would normally do 4, right? Because that's the length of the underground belt. That's why everyone, well, not everyone, but typically do. Make it infinity long and then still use yellow belt and easily get under everything. And that's probably why we ended up with a weird ratio thing here, is because they doubled the length of underground belt, but instead of going from 4 width to 8, we're doing 6. Which causes it to... The auto, like, spamming belt mechanic is like trying to pop out early by 1 tile in some places. I see, okay. But do you see that? Do you see how impactful like the click dragging? It'd be so much faster to do big builds in the test world if you could just click drag and know that that's exactly where the path would be, and not have it do this. Maybe I just need to find an 8x8 entity instead. Or just throw, like, other crap on the sides. How big is the storehouse? 4x4. So instead I could do 2 storehouses adjacent to each other. I don't know. Ah, true, the road stuff. Yeah, I did remove all that, sorry. Pancake, fine. Fine, 1 sec. 1 second. It really just comes down to the aesthetic of, like, if you have a 4-width path, what looks better to you? In vanilla, that's all you have, but we have access to this as an option, or this as an option. And this one appeals to me because of the potential to run electric. This one appeals to me because I like that it's not touching. And this one doesn't make any sense to me because we're only utilizing half of the underground. We've put enough time into this save now that I do think that, well, at least I'm starting to understand what type of scale we're really going to need. Like, again, we have a train, technically. But the size of this base without trains is mind-boggling. So that's why I'm thinking, like, I really want to plan on, like, a massive, massive bus. And therefore, I think that, Well, let me ask you this. If it's true that not utilizing the full distance of an underground belt is a good idea in Vanilla Factorio for the sake of potential future expansion, then if that's true, then why is it that we don't do... go back into this world again. Why is it that we don't do things like this, where we've got 2 lanes, spaces, 2 lanes, spaces, Why don't we do this in Vanilla Factorio? I'm trying to sell myself on the idea that only going 6 underground makes more sense than 8, and I'm not getting there. I think that it would make more sense to do 8 lane. Because we do 4 lane in vanilla, and 4 lane is the max underground distance of a regular underground belt. And if, you know, we don't do 3 in vanilla. And I'm not sure I really fully, like, understand or agree with the idea that it makes it harder to pull things off the bus. Like, by having this lane free, yeah, you don't need to worry as much about this, but, like, it's not hard to... There's always space. Like, if you're trying to pull off this bottom line, one of the 2 spaces is used for your splitter, and 1 is used for your underground. So there's still always space. You don't need this bottom lane to, quote-unquote, make it easier. If anything, I find it harder. Because I've grown so accustomed to, you know, what they added in one of the more recent patches where you can click drag and it just instantly converts. Not the ones on the edge, it was the 2 in the middle, lanes 4 and 5. Okay. If we're counting from, what, the bottom? Call this 1, or do you consider the pipes to be 1? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you want, you can edit my place. I'm pretty sure. All you have to do is instead of clicking the button, just press Y, like look at the map, and then like I can go into yours. And I can build stuff here just the same. So feel free to come into mine and show me what you mean or whatever. But personally, I'm leaning toward like, if it's not a complete crazy stupid annoying rebuild, I would consider like grab the roboports. I don't personally see much reason to have roboport coverage in the middle of the bus though, is another factor. I would want to like put roboports perhaps along the bottom edge, perhaps even in the middle of the science thing, you know? Well, roboports are a 3x3? Gross. I don't like that. Are we talking not about, like, the lane, like, the rows, but you're talking about, like... Do you mean if you want this item, or this item, that it's annoying? Because if I wanted brick, I would just do this. I would say, go underground by 2, go underground by 2. It looks like ugh. I don't really care about using extra undergrounds. I would do that, and then I would go to here. Like... But I guess, is that kind of what you're saying? Is it like because you're only going 6, you could in theory go back to here? Or something? Sometimes? And therefore save these undergrounds? And then, like, if you're talking about this middle lane, you could do where, when you're pulling from the 4th row, you go up and then turn around up like that or something. Personally, I don't really like going like that. I would rather, the visual clarity to me looks a lot better when, almost always, I'm a purist when it comes to belt underground distance. Like, I'll do this. I'll be like, gotta go max distance. You can't waste the space. But when it comes to, like, bus organization, if I need this flower, it is gonna be, this goes under, split from here. And then, if I can, I don't mind doing that. But I would rather, for visual clarity of what's happening at a glance, instead, I would rather just, like, even have it look like this. And resource costs be damned, like, it just... Aesthetically, my mind understands what the bus is doing better when it's like, yep. And we're wasting, it's being inefficient. But what is happening there? Very clear. Super, very, very clear. And I think I've already explained many times why I don't really like using hybridized belts unless there's like a niche scenario for it. Because, especially in modded campaigns where you just don't know when, you don't know what a resource is going to be used for, or what new resources you'll end up needing, and then you gotta like pull stuff off, or do weird shenanigans like this trick where you only steal from one side of the belt, or you gotta use splitters with filters, and blah. It's just way easier to treat it as one belt, one item. Like, doesn't this look better? I swear, this looks so much better than this. You try to join in one mod, enable all feature flags does require the Space Age DLC. Really? Is there anyone in game that doesn't have the Space Age DLC though? Because I really thought that we didn't need it. So I guess that's where I'm coming back to, like, my rationale for wanting to go the full 8 distance is, from my perspective, it doesn't matter if I'm pulling from the 3rd lane, 4th lane, 5th lane, 6th lane. I'm still just going to do it the same way every time. Right? Like, this is gross. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we stop here. And I agree that that's like an egregious amount of underground belts that are like being inefficient. But it's not about efficiency for me, it's about organizational clarity. Me, the cost benefit of like what you gain in terms of mental organization is worth the cost of extra resources spent on underground belts. Because usually when I've joined a lot of servers where people make mega bases and stuff, right? And it almost universally ends up being this, you know, pretend this is like a blue belt or something. And then they'll have, you know, then they're and then they'll have like sometimes like belt weaves and shit. It ends up just being nothing but underground belt everywhere. And I understand why mega-based designers end up doing that. First off, it's better for UPS because this is one entity versus a vanilla belt going 3 underground. It goes 4 underground and then it comes out on both sides. So it's replacing 6 belt with 2 belt essentially. So it's better for UPS. One entity containing X number of material versus 6 entities containing X number of material. Or sorry, 2 entities containing 6, whatever words, right? It's better for UPS and mega bases, but also, yeah, that's usually why it's done. But from a visual clarity standpoint, like if you don't know what's on the belts, all you get is that little sliver of vision, and I hate it. I hate not being able to see what is happening. I find it super confusing. And this style, while it is less efficient in terms of probably UPS and resource cost, is extremely visually understandable. I remember, I remember, what was I trying to say? It reminds me of engineering school. Like, when you write code, you can make it short, you can make it very, very, very concise and clean, and you can make it, you know, you don't need to add a lot of extra, like the computer doesn't give a shit. What's the term for the words? Can't think. I'm getting tired. If I'm in Notepad++ and I write like a code block, right? This is code. And then down here you have more code, and then down here you have more code. Comments, right? Like if you comment out this line, like when I did modded content for EU4, for example, my visual clarity for how I think it should look is I need like a line break that says, okay, there is a thing here, it's all commented out. Inside this is what this does. And then as you continue to expand that model, you can easily see anything that's not between double this thing this is a code section. Like you can't, be careful, watch your indentation, watch your other stuff, and then this is your descriptor. And you organize your thoughts that way. And that's kind of the same exact thing I'm kind of like, doing here. So. To me, this mega-base style of interweaving underground belts with no clarity is poor code. It works. The computer doesn't care, right? Factorial will run it and everything will go where it's supposed to go. But if you try to stack trace a problem, what happens if you accidentally fuck up and you have a mixed belt somewhere? What if somebody joins your save and they just upgrade planner thing and then do that? And what if you were using belt weaving in your build and suddenly boom, and everything breaks? Much easier to bug test when you can see the items on the belt and whatever. I mean, technically you could remove all of this, and these do go far enough, but honestly I probably wouldn't. It's barely any iron at all at this stage of the game for us. The first top splitter is wrong. The first. Oh, yeah. As an example. Anyway. Okay, well, I might spend a little bit of time off camera, like, thinking about bus layout stuff, but I mostly want to do it live. I think my main goal for the next session is going to be to really make a strong push for bus being implemented. And, what did we actually accomplish today? And did we accomplish anything? I mean, we got a few more caravan stuff going. We added the loaders mod. We got a train built that doesn't go anywhere. I see that the list is smaller, but I don't remember what we started with and what we completed. Feels like copper's a big thing. You made augs? Where? I want to see that. Oh yeah, we bug fixed that one tin line. My throat's starting to really hurt. The augs can fit inside a box? That's kind of funny. Strong enough to generate power, but small enough to fit into a box. Wow. Up to 22 megawatts? What's the cycle time on tired versus not tired? Like how to, I can tell it's tired, but like how do you know how long? Can you put inserters and like only grab fresh versus decayed? Like, does it understand tiredness or something? I see. Sleeping spot. So they don't just naturally recover. It is essentially like a spent nuclear casing or something. Or whatever they're called. Any difference in the butcher materials if you butcher an unspent versus a spent? Well, it comes at just the right time, because we do need, apparently, stupendous amounts of power. Yeah, sure, Erkovic. Just come right here, I'll paste it for you. In fact, I'll just throw a copy of this entire book. I'll throw a copy of the entire Belt Balancer book into the blueprint library for the save. It'll take just a minute for it to upload all of them. But in the meantime, I can give you the 6x6. But can grab a copy of that one for now, and then I'll, like I said, I'll just still loading them all, I think. Bum, bum. I feel like I accidentally like pulled one of these out or something and there's one missing. Just doing a quick spot check, make sure I didn't lose them by using the wrong shortcuts or something. It just seems weird to me that it ends here instead of being like a... Oh, no, it's because there's some that are duplicates, I see. Alright, well here it is. So yeah, if you can't import blueprints because of the settings of the server, but now that that's in the game blueprints library, anyone can access a full belt balancer book. It gives 1 to 7, 1 to 1 through 1 to 8, all the way up through 8 to 8. Very convenient, and also I would recommend open up the blueprint manager, go to game blueprints, go to the yellow belt balancer, right click create a copy, and put it on your taskbar, and then you can just always grab it. And you can even hold shift and just scroll through. So then it's just like, I need a 4 to 4. I need to, you know, just scroll until you find the one that you want. Quite fast and easy. In fact, you don't even need to make a copy, but you should probably make a copy and put it in your own blueprint library. You know, go there, grab this, make a copy, and then go to My Blueprints and then save it so you always have it. Okay, everyone all done? Anyone working on a project? If yes, I'm going to wrap up for now. I think we might play some E4 tomorrow or E5. I'm gonna do some testing tonight on Windows 10, and fingers crossed. Last thing, I don't know what else to try. But who knows? Maybe E5 will play nicely with this new PC on Windows 10. You are setting up a stone mine? Wait, you're setting up a stone mine? But why though? But why though? We have this outrageous 12,000 stone here that we're smashing into gravel for no reason at all because we have nothing to spend stone on. Why do we need stone? If you need stone, just grab it from that deposit. There's a caravan outpost right here, like, we have tons of stone. Anyway, I'm gonna save here. I'll let you think about that overnight. Perhaps we do need stone. No, I haven't tried Wi-Fi, but I'll keep that on the list, Rock and Rumor. It is another potential idea. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. Thanks for your support. See you soon.